We're waiting for Councilmember Fuentes to join us. I don't know if he's going to join us in executive, but we'll go ahead and start. Items 1 through 6 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clark?
The first executive session is noticed as City of Tucson Ordinance Number 12066, establishing prevailing wage requirements and associated minority contractors of Arizona et al. Versus City of Phoenix, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. The second executive session is noticed as Item 3, City of Tucson versus Orbitz Worldwide Expedia Incorporated et al., Arizona Court of Appeals, case number 1CATX 23-0001, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. And the third executive session is noticed as Item 5, Nina Alley as guardian and conservator for and on behalf of Lewis Taylor versus Pima County, City of Tucson, Arizona District Court, case numbers 415 CV 00152RM, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So move. Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. And I think we'll be in the executive session for about an hour. Alrighty. We'll see you back in an hour. Thank you all. At the table, so I'd need a motion to come back into regular study session.
So moved, Your Honor.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres is absent excused. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Honorable Mayor, for this item, which relates to the city's prevailing wage ordinance that was previously adopted, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session. This would include the authority to file a request to intervene in the pending lawsuit challenging the city of Phoenix prevailing wage ordinance.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Honorable Mayor, with respect to this item, which relates to the tax case and the online travel companies, I'd ask for a motion authorizing and directing the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to file an appeal or petition for relief to the Arizona Supreme Court in this case.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. And finally, what is the council's pleasure for item 6?
Honorable Mayor, with respect to this item, which relates to the alley versus city and county, alley acting on behalf of Lewis Taylor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session, including with respect to the city's settlement position in this matter.
There's a motion.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Item 7, time has been reserved for mayor and council to receive the quarterly update on the management of PFAS. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This is, as you mentioned, our quarterly report, so I'll turn it right over to our Tucson Water Director, John Kamik. John?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of council. This PFAS quarterly update is a document for the public actions and activities that have occurred at a national, state, or local levels during the fourth quarter of calendar year 2023, October 1st through December 31st. First and foremost, Tucson Water's potable water system should be free of any known PFAS impacts. Rigorous testing over the years have identified several areas of the aquifer in the Tucson Basin that need to be avoided to ensure PFAS compounds are not unknowingly distributed to the community. To date, we have proactively turned off 22 potable wells over the last few years and have restricted the use for emergency only for 6 additional wells. In addition, the Tucson Airport remediation project has been rerouted from the potable system to a non-potable beneficial use status, supplying water for the reclaimed water system as well as a discharge location on the Santa Cruz River known as the Heritage Park Irvington Outfall. The Randolph Park PFAS treatment plant design is continuing. Mayor and council directed staff to begin work on this project utilizing funds acquired from the 2022 compensated system conservation revenue made available for not receiving all of our CAP allocation. It is anticipated that the drilling of the extraction well will begin around April of 2024. The activities at the site should cause very little disruption to the golf course itself, and minimal interruption to the walking paths along Broadway. Staff from Water and Parks will be working jointly to ensure safety to the general public is maintained throughout the construction. Since this project would be categorized as an environmental project, there will be no interruptions to the potable or reclaimed water service in the area. Staff has also been working with our congressional delegation in an attempt to find funding replacement for some or all of the costs associated with this effort. Representative Siscomani has added this facility in his list of community project funding requests for the next federal fiscal year. We are hoping to hear by the beginning of March if federal assistance will be made available for this project. The total project cost estimate is approximately $6.7 million with possible member-directed funding of $2.25 to help offset that. Staff have started the process to design the treatment facility to be added ahead of the TARP AOP facility. This project is designed to remove PFAS from the incoming water from the TARP well field so the original TARP advanced oxidation process facility can return to its original intent, which is the removal of TCE and 1,4-dioxane with granular activated carbon for peroxide quenching. This design and construction is expected to take 2 to 3 years before it is fully operational. The project is currently being funded by the state of Arizona and will have a total cost near $24.9 million. At the end of the previous quarter, it was mentioned that the US EPA and ADEQ sent a letter to the Air Force, Air National Guard, and Tucson Airport Authority to demonstrate good faith in developing a scope of work and quickly addressing the issues related to PFAS and 1,4-dioxane at the airport. Included in that letter, specific attention was brought to the parties that they need to develop a process to begin to pay the city of Tucson for incurred costs due to these contaminants. The Water Department and City Attorney's Office have provided information and documentation for past expenses to meet the goals of the actions taken by EPA and ADEQ. To date, I am pleased to announce that the airport is current with reimbursements related to the past costs associated with TCE and 1,4-dioxane remedy. Action is still pending on costs related to the impacts of PFAS as the EPA and ADEQ are still meeting with airport and Air Force officials on how to reconcile past expenses and how best to approach future costs for the cleanup of the area. Moving to the north, during the last quarter, the city was able to secure a loan offering for the Northwest Wells Treatment Facility to treat for emerging contaminants like PFAS. This loan for a project estimated to be over $33 million has over $10 million of forgivable principal made available by the EPA from the IIJA funding allocation to deal with emerging contaminants. Planning and design work is already taking place. The expected construction will happen during most of 2025, with the system coming online by early 26. A map of the wells is included in the council materials. The siting of the treatment facility will be co-located with Tucson Water Well Z13, which is very near the I-10 Ina Road interchange. Also occurring within the last quarter, Tucson Water hosted a visit from EPA Assistant Administrator for Water, Radhika Fox, at a press event at the Sweetwater Wetlands on November 16th. The national event for the EPA marked the many projects nationwide that the bipartisan infrastructure law has provided funding opportunities to, including the loan to the city of Tucson for the Northwest Wellhead Treatment Facility. Many dignitaries were present and spoke at the event, including EPA Region 9 Administrator Martha Guzman, current Executive Officer for ADEQ Karen Peters, Arizona WIFA Treasurer Susan Montgomery, and local Unified Citizens Advisory Board Chair Yolanda Herrera. Earlier on the same day, I was able to personally provide an in-depth tour of the TARP facility to this group as well. Honorable Mayor and council members, that concludes this quarterly update. Thank you.
All righty, well, I want to take this moment to thank Tucson Water Director John Kimmick and the Tucson Water staff for their incredible work in helping ensure that Tucson Water customers receive safe and clean water. And I also want to make sure that I thank our congressional delegation, ADQ, EPA, who has been diligent in support of the city of Tucson and Tucson Water, and the Biden-Harris administration, because we've been able to layer investments through the different sources, congressional, member-directed funds, and ADQ, and bringing in almost $25 million, or $25 million, I think it was $25 million. And then, of course, the Biden-Harris administration for putting so much funds in conservation assistance to cities like Tucson. So just wanted to take this moment to really thank you all, especially John and your team, Chris Avery and our city attorney's team that have been so diligent in really moving forward with this. But we have had conversations with EPA, ADQ, and I want to make sure that I ask John about the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, and if the city of Tucson's current actions to remediate PFAS on their end is moving forward in terms of funds from the National Defense Authorization Act.
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, members of council, I need to get more information on that right now. I think part of the funding on whatever agreement occurs at the airport that the EPA and ADQ is applying would have access to those funds. But as that further conversation with the attorneys associated with those parties continues, we'll look for that.
Yeah, that is important because, I mean, we've been able to layer investments, but it really goes back to the source of where PFAS is coming from, and really making sure that the citizens of Tucson are not bearing the brunt of something that we did not cause. And so I'm going to keep pushing on how is the federal government making good on what is being caused by having Davis Mountain and Air National Guard on the state side, and Tucson Airport Authority, and what their responsibility is for Tucson Water customers and our City of Tucson taxpayers. So any other questions, comments? Councilmember Kozachik?
When do you expect to break ground at Randolph?
The first thing that'll be done there will be the well, the extraction well, and that should be in April.
Okay, so it's right around the corner. All right, I just want to continue to be on record as continuing to object to setting non-enforceable health-based goals of 0 parts per trillion on PFAS, while the EPA is about to set up the enforceable MCL at 4 parts per trillion. It was last year that they came out and said that, and issued a health advisory that said if you can detect any of this stuff, you should be concerned. And now they're adding cost factors into the analysis of setting an MCL, which is enforceable. The MCLG, the goal is health-based, it's not enforceable. So I just want to be on record as objecting to the, it's arbitrary, and they're pitting health against profits. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any others, comments, questions? Alrighty, thank you so much, John. Really appreciate the update. Good work. Alrighty, we move on to item 8. Item 8 regarding fare-free transit has been continued to a future date. Item 9, time has been set aside for a fiscal year 2024 budget update and a fiscal year 2025 budget discussion. I'm just pleased that we are starting to hold our conversations about the City of Tucson budget right now in early February. We expect to have this item on each and every council agenda between now and late spring and early summer. Again, I've talked about this before. I'm hopeful that having this conversation publicly, that we are continuing to have a conversation to create opportunities to engage our community with a robust dialogue regarding the use of city resources, at least to set the vision and goals that this mayor and council should be focusing on. I believe that a robust public dialogue about what's important for our residents is important as we move forward in our decision-making as policymakers in terms of what we put our funds to work on. I'm also confident that we're in a healthy financial position currently, and yet we face future uncertainties, especially with the state of Arizona implementing their flat tax and how it is affecting the citizens of Tucson. We are going to see deficits coming from the flat tax, and the state legislature also having reductions in their corporate taxes and what they share with cities and towns across Arizona. And as we spend next several meetings examining the budget, I'm hopeful we will take our time to consider this budget in a holistic manner and how we can most strategically and wisely invest our resources to provide the services our residents need into the future. So with that, I just would like to pass it over to the city manager to set the tone and give us as much information as you possibly can.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So this is going to be an ongoing dialogue and conversation with you for several more meetings. Ultimately, the adoption is planned or proposed for June 4th, but we have a lot of work to do between now and then. So again, Mayor, I think you teed it up well in that I believe we are in a very strong financial position because of decisions that you all have made over the many, many years now. However, that is going to be tempered, if you will, by the challenges that we have from future revenues. They're included in the memo. I'm going to turn it over to, who's going to kick it off to, Angel. So Angel Ozelman, our finance director, will kick it off, and then Anna Rosenberry, our CFO, will follow suit there. Go ahead, Angel.
Mayor and Council, this afternoon I will be presenting on the where we are with the FY25 budget development along with an update on the fiscal year 2024 current balances and projections. We'll start with the state shared revenue. During the FY24 budget planning process, the city estimated $13 million decrease in a state shared revenue, income tax revenue for fiscal years 25 and 26, $13 million each. However, preliminary estimates from the Arizona League of Cities and Towns put that estimate down at $27.4 million in fiscal 25, which is about $14.5 million more than we anticipated. Today's collection trends in state income tax suggest further reductions in fiscal year 2024, possibly beyond the preliminary 2025 estimate of $27.4 million. As we continue to develop the budget, more information will be presented to Mayor and Council as it is received. On the employee health insurance benefit, over the last several weeks, the city has been meeting with health insurance consultants to map a plan forward. We anticipate medical and prescription drug costs to trend upward between 8.5 to 8.9% in fiscal 2025. We are crunching the numbers, formulating scenarios in preparation for a recommended approach to managing these costs based on discussion with consultants and the Benefits Committee. More information on this item will also be presented to Mayor and Council in subsequent study sessions. Under Prop 407 projects, we are currently reviewing the cost of the 407 projects, and rough estimates suggest a possible shortfall. Staff is meeting regularly to review funding and cost estimates and also identify alternate funding sources. We're looking at utilizing impact fees where allowable, along with federal grants and possibly rescoping of certain street projects in order to accommodate that shortfall, projected shortfall. Under technology investments to mitigate illegal street racing, staff has identified several near-term investments in technology to assist with decreasing illegal street racing activities. Staff is looking at the purchase of a mobile speed enforcement van, automated and mobile automated license plate readers, among other initiatives. We anticipate the rollout of this project to cost the city about $994,000. The Bifusion project funding. In addition to construction costs that the city has agreed to fund, the city has disbursed $165,000 of the $250,000 originally committed to the project. We also pledged to make annual payments over the next 3 years for a total not to exceed $1 million to help realize the possible outcome of this project. On the Eric Hyde Foundation Child Care Center, we have been working with the Eric Hyde Foundation to develop a child care center for children of public safety employees. We estimate construction cost of this project to be about $2.7 million with a startup of $700,000. As we move forward, funding agreements that outline repayment schedules will also be developed in light of that program. On the PEMA Early Education Program, the PEPS program, the city has provided funding for 3 years to this program from 2022 to 2024. In 2022 and 23, the city funded this project by allocating $1 million each year. In fiscal 24, the city allocated $1 million. However, $750,000 from the general fund was put towards this program, with the remainder $250,000 going to contribute to the city employees' child care center. We received indication from the county that they need a commitment from the city for 3 years of funding through fiscal year 2027. So they're looking at funding from 25, 26, and 27 towards the PEPS program. On the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA, On March 19th, we anticipate hosting a study session to update mayor and council on strategies we are developing to ensure obligation of all ARPA funds prior to December 31st, 2024. We want to assure mayor and council that approved projects would be completed by December 31st, 2026. More information will be presented on this topic at the March 19th study session. We move now to the general fund update. The city is meeting its budget expectations. For fiscal '24, the city budgeted $753 million in revenues. The second quarter projection, so far, we are projecting to collect $761 million, which is an $800 variance, favorable variance, that is. On the expenditures, we projected $721 million in the budget. Now, after the second quarter number crunching, we are anticipating expenditures of $733.3 million, which is $12.3 million above what was originally budgeted. On the investment plan, we have tweaked the numbers a little. We've tweaked the numbers down in anticipation of the projects that will be completed during fiscal '24. Our original budget was $108.5 million. We've tuned that down to $65.9 million. And of course, as time progresses and work progresses on these projects, then we would have to move funds out into the out years to accommodate the timing of these projects. Anything else on the investment plan will be addressed by our CFO as she addresses our investment plan and carryover and one-time items.
Thank you, Angel. So in getting you the new information that relates to these fiscal year '24 projected ending amounts, both the revenue side, the expenditure side, and our use of the one-time money, that's an important part for us in updating our 5-year forecasts. And as we've described in the memo, these forecasts, we've now made a number of changes to it from the last time we were in front of you. We've removed all of the information related to FY23, last budget year. We've added these FY24 projections for where we believe, after being halfway through the fiscal year, where we believe we'll be ending the entire fiscal year. Those are shown as an FY24 projection. We have adjusted all of the years for state shared income tax revenue reductions, as we talked about. So we are taking specific reductions in FY25 and 26 based on information that we have today. And those reductions carry forward into the future years with modest increases, a modest escalator, I think of 2% on that revenue source. We've added a column to the far right. We've added fiscal year 29 to the forecast so that we do have 5 years. And you'll note that we've also made some adjustments in the investment plan for that concept of how much cash do we think we're going to spend this year versus what might roll into a future year. You'll also note in that 5-year investment plan that our commitments for truth in taxation commitments for collector streets and public safety, those 5-year commitments end in fiscal year 27, and we've ensured that we've got the full spending commitment showing up within those years of the plan. And then we've removed that yellow line that you were seeing called the structural imbalance line, and instead we've prepared 2 different projections for you. So we have a forecast that's listed as attachment B, which is what I've got up on the screen, and attachment C. We're using those to show you kind of 2 different scenarios. I flipped the screen there. Attachment B, again, makes all of these adjustments and makes no changes to our forecasted spending in fiscal year 25, 26, 27, 28. This is kind of an autopilot, I guess you would call it, scenario, where if we take the reductions in income tax and we don't make any changes to our spending plans, what happens with this healthy fund balance that we've all talked about? So you can see in this scenario, if you look at the end of that fiscal year 24 projection, so at the end of the current year, bottom line, we're showing in this projection that we're estimating that we'll have an available fund balance of $155 million. That is the strength that we talk about within our financial resources, the options that we have, what the mayor and council has carefully tended to over these years. Over the course of this autopilot kind of plan, you'll see that that balance decreases quickly. And if we don't make any adjustments to our expenditures over the course of these years, that $155 million balance goes to a $75 million balance at the end of FY25, and then we are in a negative position at the end of fiscal year 26. And again, this is because we're taking, estimated $30 million and then $55 million reductions in income tax each year. We don't intend that this is the plan that we're going to move forward, and it won't be our recommendation to do this, obviously. So what we've done is prepare Exhibit C for you, Attachment C, which shows really the magnitude of the work that we need to do, that we're already working on with departments on a spending plan. And so within this forecast, if you look up at the top, within fiscal years 25, 26, all of those 5 years across the board, we have made an adjustment that says, all right, we're going to come in and make spending plans, but expenditure budgets be in line with our revenue amounts. And if we do that, you'll see that bottom blue line really does closely maintain that fund balance and our available spending for the investment plan. This tracks more on an ending balance like we had been preparing for a number of years with this investment plan. In order to make that happen, we've given you a bottom line with an asterisk. In order to make that happen, we're going to need to make structural adjustments within our expenditure budget of anywhere from $18 to $42 million estimated at this point. And so that's the work that we have in front of us, really. And we'll be able to make those adjustments with ongoing reductions in ongoing spending. If we reduce ongoing spending, those savings will flow to future years and solve for problems in year 2, year 3, year 4, and so on. But you could also choose to make some of those savings come in one-time items. It's just that then we still have a problem in the next year. But those choices are really yours to make, and we're going to do our best to put a number of recommendations and options together.
Mayor, the one thing, and I won't go over any of that because I think both Angela and Anna did a great job explaining, and we can get into as much detail. The one thing I wanted to point out that I think is important for you to keep in the back of your head, when Anna pointed out that $155 million cash in the bank, that is above our restricted reserves. So if you remember, years ago, I think it was 08 or 09, the mayor and council had established two basically restricted reserves, and they equate to 17% of revenue, which is about $124 million. That is in the bank, separate from this. So the rainy day fund, if you will, is intact and is not factored into any of these for any spend at this point. That is still in your hip pocket to use or utilize should something catastrophic happen. But at this point, we are not recommending that at all. This is cash outside of that, which we would call unrestricted fund balance. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Couple things. So on that 124 plus the 155 we've got, the 155 is one time. What's the fungibility of that one time that we can put into that 124? And I'm just asking if that's even a possibility, because you know where I'm going. I'm going to ask if we can earn interest on it.
So, Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, we are earning interest on all of that. So the less we spend, obviously, the more interest that goes into that. My suggestion, though, is to not think about the 124. 124 is not even on the table. That is invested, and we have that. Now, that is available should you need it, but that is not a conversation that I'm recommending you have at all, other than just the investment side of it.
Oh, not at all. I'm just kind of what's going to happen is people are going to come out off of this conversation and try to tell folks that we're running at a deficit, which is not even the case. The other piece is that I think we're in a much better fiscal position than pretty much any agency or entity in the state of Arizona, let alone the country. We've been able to leverage a lot of money through the federal grant process, thanks to the work in the mayor's office. We've been able to leverage a lot of different money with public and private partnerships. We've also done some things with our retirement and pension investment that has allowed us some flexibility. So all those things are acting as brakes on what could have been a big problem. So I'm good with that part. But what I'm thinking about is when we do, because we want to balance the right way and not run into the situation that other folks, even in Tucson, have run into in that whole, in having a flawed philosophy when it comes to finance. My piece is that when we close that 18 million, I don't think that's a huge task. I mean, I think that's about 5%, what is that, 11% of our general fund, something like that, 5%?
It's
4%?
It's less than that.
Like 3% or something. So I'm just trying to think about those dials. There's some pieces on, does this factor into the new fee structure? Does this factor in having a possible fare structure if we have to go that way, and what kind of things it would be? And does this factor in finally unforeseen revenue increases that we get, whether it's something that goes to the voters, but it could be something where we get another grant or things like that. So I kind of want to clarify that piece, because I think we can make that 18 million up without making cuts, though obviously we can't count on that because it hasn't happened yet.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. That is a great question. At this point, both of these exhibits are looking at fiscal year '25 with just a calculated forecast. It does not include a recommended budget.
Right.
We are right now in the process of developing that. And so the next time you see this, it will come back with budgeted or recommended budgeted amounts for both revenues and expenditures. Right. The other item that I would point out for you regarding fare free. So you'll see it down in a line right above the bottom of the investment plan. We've got fare free transit and transit capital items. We have inserted an amount for FY24 of $13.1 million. We have not factored future years into this forecast yet. We're waiting for the next discussion that you were going to have with fare free. I think that was all your questions, council member.
Mayor, I just wanted to add one thing, and I don't want to mislead you, and Councilmember Cunningham, you made a statement there that I want to make sure that you understand what we're saying. You said you don't think we're going to need to cut in order to make this work. That is not what we're saying. As a matter of fact, I'm saying the opposite. We're going to need to think about cutting not only 18 million this year, but 41 million next year, in addition to any other programmatic or systemic things that you all want us to explore. How we do that, I think, is the conversation. I think that's what you intended to mean or say.
I'm saying that we can close the gap both in cuts in expenditures and increase in revenues. I'm saying we can do a little bit of both.
Right, I just wanted to focus on the the effect of the flat tax on our budget. Can you please clarify those numbers? Because I understand that the flat tax was going to be kind of divided in two in terms of how it affected city and town budgets. Like it was going to be 24 and then another chunk fiscal 25. According to the League of Cities and Towns, the budgeting process in the state legislature was going to protect cities and towns in fiscal year 24-25, but that doesn't seem like that is happening. Please explain, because the deal cut by the League of Cities and Towns was that it was not going to affect cities and towns' budgeting processes in 2 years, 24-25.
Thank you, Mayor. Absolutely, and so a few things have happened. Just to refresh your memory, in '23, we actually got $43 million in what I'll call excess revenue from them, which was budgeted. And when Angel was going through the spreadsheet, you might ask why our revenues were higher than our expenses. And if you remember, it's because that's all one time, and that was that infusion of cash from the state. But that was intended to offset the decrease both in '25 and in '26. And so they had projected for us about a $13 million hit both in '25 and in '26. So all of the gyrations that we went through last year, we had included those as hits, right? But what ended up happening is that instead of it being over 2 years, it happened in 1 year. And that's why in Angel's presentation, she said that the drop in '25 is $27.5 million. So if you remember, it was going to be 13 and 13. Well, now it's 27 in 1 year. And so that is a direct reflection of that flat tax, Mayor. So you're absolutely spot on that hit by itself in 1 year is twice what we had expected.
But it was supposed to be cut in 2 years.
2 years, that's correct. And it
Who
was done.
decided to hit us in 1 year with the cut that the city of Tucson was supposed to receive from the flat tax?
So I challenged the executive director of the league as we were going through this, because I'm not sure why others haven't screamed, but we were the first ones to really catch it. So, hats off to the team for catching that and making noise about it. And they had not really even heard until they did research. It turns out that that was a decision made by the legislature or the budgeting staff to make that cut, if you will, in 1 year.
So the Arizona Department of Revenue, possibly?
It was the revenue folks
Okay.
that did that. So.
Can we get to the bottom of the corporate tax
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
cuts that the state legislature has decided to do? Because those are less, I think that the community and both mayor and council are less aware of those corporate tax cuts coming from the state ledge. Can we get to an explanation, if you have it, but if you don't, I think we need to make sure that we get to the bottom of that.
So we don't have that directly. We will get that, Mayor. I think what's important is that the income tax revenue is down for this current year. The folks up in Phoenix are still dissecting why that's the case. They have preliminarily said that they believe it's partly or mostly corporate tax, but we don't know. We don't have that in writing yet, but we will get that because that's extremely important. Keep in mind that revenue that they get this year isn't reflected until 2 years. So that's why the FY26 year is so important in these conversations. And in the spreadsheet, that's why that column shows a $40 million shortfall in that year. So those are the things that we'll know more within the next probably 2 months. Because they usually come out in March, April with an explanation for a lot of that. We'll be able to explain that. Thank you, Mayor.
And then my questions regarding the health of TSRS, of our 115 trust, and as well as PSPRS. So talk to us a little bit about each of those, TSRS, and why there's the possibility of charges and employee contributions to add additional to TSRS. And then talk to us about the 115 trust that we put funds for. Is that healthy? Are we losing? Are we making money? And then PSPRS, and the health of that particular pension system.
Certainly. So information in this memo and the prior one was discussing these needed increases in the TSRS employee contributions. And we had scheduled for you the proposed change. These are changes that are recommended by the actuary who assists the TSRS board with the funding status within that pension plan. My understanding is for a number of years, a couple of years now, they have been recommending this increase to the employee contribution for those in these two tiers, not the 5%ers, but those who were hired after July 1st of 2006. And that was based on trying to keep their eye on making sure that the plan is close to 100% funded, that we don't have large unfunded amounts in this pension plan. For a couple of years, I think the city had decided that we weren't going to pass along those increases to the employees. At the same time, our employer contribution remained higher than recommended. It's my understanding of this work with the actuary. But at this point in time, when we received the report this year, our funded status in the plan is decreasing. So our position within the pension plan to pay all of its obligations had moved down in 1 year. I believe the number was 76.5% funded status, and this in 1 year we dropped to 75% funded status. So we're going the wrong direction in the funded status of the plan, and that is why it's our recommendation that at this point in time we implement these changes.
But still, the funded status of TSRS is healthy. But the change is so that we can make it healthier.
Correct. And that board works with this eye towards, trying to get it very close to fully funded by 2035 or 2034, something like that is their recommendation.
And talk to me about PSPRS and if, whatever you'd like to share with us and have information for, and then also the 115 trust.
Okay. And certainly over the course of budget time, we do update mayor and council on the importance of the changes within our required contributions to the public safety pension system and how we utilize our 115 trust to help us manage the impact of those contributions and those requirements on the general fund. I think we have it planned for a meeting or two away where we'll bring you back all of those facts and figures. PSPRS did produce their actuary reports that relate to our contributions for the coming year. Our contribution requirements in total have gone up a little bit. So those required employer contributions as a percentage of our payroll, those rates have gone up a little bit for the coming year. We continue to work on how we project those required contribution changes within this forecast, to be honest with you, because the forecast is trying to make sure that we're keeping up with what we believe that we'll see in those contribution rates. And the 115 trust, so that is the trust that holds the proceeds of our pension obligation bonds. That money is dedicated entirely to making the city's contributions to public safety pensions. We monitor that fund, and you budget for it at the same time that you budget for the general fund and the other public safety contributions to the pension system. But we do monitor the investment status. It's actively managed investments, and we've with what's gone on in the stock market this year, it's been much better than the past couple of years, and we're seeing good performance on those investments. If you recall, in August, when we had the executive director of the PSPRS here, we talked about those returns. The city's investment returns, I believe, were slightly over 10.5% on our 115 trust. And the money that we have invested in the PSPRS was earning, I believe it was a little over 7.5% last year. So we can certainly get we can get updated information on our 115 earnings. PSPRS doesn't release their information except for once a year, so.
Mayor, just to add, one of the things that we need to consider, probably in the not-too-distant future, is transferring money from the 115 to PSPRS. So if you remember, we established that 115 trust as a way of giving you a level of comfort on where those dollars and how those dollars were invested. We struggled initially. If you remember, the stock market went down, and we really struggled, but everybody struggled. But I suspect that in the not-too-distant future, you may want to think about that and look hard at that again, because now you're basically spreading that risk out even greater than just on our fund. But that's a conversation for another day. But I just wanted to put that bug in your ear so that you can be thinking about that going forward. Thank you.
But
Mayor.
as of now, Mr. Ortega, we are doing at a 10.5% gain
That's correct.
versus, that's our 115 versus PSPRS, which is at 7.5% gain.
That was the info we got. Those are the
fees.
June 30.
Best
Those are the
fees.
June 30 numbers. We'll get updated
Okay,
numbers now.
no
but-
problem. That's good to know. Any questions? Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Kozaczek, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Just a quick question on TSRS employee contributions as well. I'm curious about the logic behind the 5%ers and that staying where it is, if that's a specific firm requirement, and it is required, you said. And the only reason I'm asking is because I actually got some feedback from some of those folks, and they said, hey, we'd be willing to chip in like everybody else. So I was just curious why they couldn't.
Mayor and members of council, Councilwoman Lee. Yeah, it's longstanding Arizona case law that when a benefit, pension benefit is defined at the time the person is hired, then it's a contractual commitment to maintain it at that level, which is why from 2006 forward, the program was changed such that the amount of employee contribution could be changed over time.
Thanks for explaining that.
Any other questions, Councilwoman? Councilmember Kozaczek.
Couple of things, few things. First of all, the purpose of the 115 trust was so that we would have funds on hand to allow us to help mitigate the impact on the general fund. So if we're looking at this series of deficits, then that's exactly why we formed that, is to transfer some of those dollars to help offset. In fact, cap, what we were looking at was a huge general fund hit if we had simply let the state legislature set those levels. So absolutely, we should be looking at that. Secondly, you mentioned the restricted funds in the fund balance. It's also true, though, that there are restrictions on how those funds can be used. So it's not simply that we've set them aside and we're not going to touch them. We also can't touch them for general fund issues as well. So that's not a part of a budget balancing strategy. Mayor asked about the flat tax, and you said the hit in February, fiscal year 25 was $27.5 million. Are we projecting that same level of hit in 26 and 27, or is it going to go up, or what are we projecting, if any?
Councilmember Kozaczek, so we have an estimate in FY25 of $117.4 million, down from 144 million. And then in the forecast right now for fiscal 26, we are projecting $90.4 million. So by the time we get into the second year, at this point, the projection is a reduction of $55 million in the general fund. That is based on language that we received from the folks at the league, their tax policy analyst, and what they're seeing in current collections in income tax in calendar 24, I believe.
As a function of the flat tax.
It's not my understanding is it's not the functioning of the flat tax so much as it is just the reduction in income tax revenues that are coming into the state. So that is impacted by the flat tax. There's also an element, it's both individual and corporate income tax that are in that pile. And they're seeing a significant decline in corporate income tax.
I think that's why, Steve, just to get to that piece, it's a flat tax and a combination of corporate tax reductions. And I think that's why we need to get to the bottom of what it is, and what's causing this reduction in state shared revenue to cities and towns, especially for us.
So if it's simply and I agree with that, so if, and that's where I was heading, if it's simply a question of, gee, revenues aren't coming in the way we expected, that's one thing. If it's a function of a statutory change that the state legislature implemented, the flat tax, that's a different conversation.
100.
And that's what we need to kind of drill down into. Second or third or whatever number I'm at. So to Paul's point, the numbers on the deficit, they are jarring. You know, you look forward and we're all of a sudden in 26, 25, 26, there's a waterfall. But credit to us that we're not, sorry, the U of A, and figuring out this out in the middle of a fiscal year. We have
Totally
2
didn't say
or
that.
3 years of fiscal years to make the adjustment. So there's that. And finally, Mike, you or whoever put this memo up, you've got a table in here that has, and I've highlighted capital outlay and capital projects. And it says that we're at 100% budget as of December 31st in outlay and 91% budget in projects. I'm assuming that those are still projects that are in progress, and they're not all Prop 407 projects. So how are we funding the last 6 months of these if we're already at 100% budget on these things? Because we're not canceling projects.
Right. So two things. One is, Mayor and Councilman Kozaczek, one is I think it's important to differentiate the shortfalls that we're talking about here. The 25 shortfall, the 27 and it's 27.4 million is specifically the flat tax. That's what we've been told. Okay. So that is, it just drops, right? On top of that, in 26, we are being told that there is an additional drop in income tax from this year that will be received by us in 26. So the conversation is both, right? Some of it is, it's just going on. We don't know, and going back to the mayor's point, we don't know the chemistry of why the income tax is dropped. Is it because the economy is slowing? Is it people aren't, what is it? Or is it tax breaks? I mean, what is it exactly beyond the flat tax conversation? So that's what we'll dissect and get that going. With regard to the capital expense, let me see the, here. I just don't know which table you're referring to. Oh, okay. So, Mayor and Councilman Kozaczek, if you look at our capital expenditures, the vast majority of those are already not only programmed, but they've already been planned and/or under construction. A big chunk of those dollars, especially for Prop 407, are bond that we've already sold those and we have money in the bank for those. So keep in mind that we had fallen short and carried over dollars from previous years when we had planned to spend 100% and spend the 80% of the dollars because we didn't finish the project. So all we did is we just moved that money into the next year. So even though we had planned 100%, we take the dollars from the previous year and the carryover to cover the projects that are under construction now. So just from a very simplistic manner, if you look at it, here's our schedule. We have 100%. We don't finish all of those for whatever reason. We carry those dollars that are left and the remainder of those projects into the next year. So I don't know if that makes sense to you, but that's basically how we're doing it. And that's why in some instances it'll show more than 100% of dollars, but even though the projects that we had scheduled for that year are going to be completed.
We're not canceling projects.
No, we're not canceling.
We're not canceling projects. Okay, good. Council Member Santa Cruz and then Council Member Cunningham.
City Manager, you mentioned the National League of Cities and the work that they're doing, right, and advocating for Arizona cities and towns. But I'm curious, are we talking to our other cities and towns about the impact that state shared revenues is having on them? Like, how are we putting pressure at the state ledge level about what this is doing? And then is there ever a time that the city could cities could join in suing the state ledge for creating this kind of disaster for us?
So Mayor, Councilor Santa Cruz, so the Arizona League of Cities and Towns, all they do is they just report, they're basically reporting. However, the fight over the flat tax and all of the gyrations around that happened last year. That was, or a year and a half ago. So that conversation, as a matter of fact, I specifically said that to the league director. I said, then we should challenge them because they didn't do what they said they were going to do. And, I won't say he laughed, but he just said, that's a conversation that we're going to have to take up. But it's already done. That those dollars have already been collected or not. So the conversation I think that's going to happen with the other cities is as they become aware of this and these hits, they're going to be in trouble, just like our, as far as their revenues go. And I think that's the conversation that needs to happen when they all become aware of this. Then and they will in March is when those numbers come out formally and officially, and that's when they're going to all be saying, scratching their heads, saying what happened here when we thought it was going to be over 2 years and it's over 1. And then we'll band around, and the mayor's part of the executive committee. We can do that.
Yeah, I think the other thing for our community to be aware of is that at the same time they passed legislation that to increase taxes again, you need 60%. Was it 60%? You need a supermajority, even though they only needed a simple majority to enact, a cut. And so that also, puts us in a precarious situation that they have different metrics for when something can pass and not, so.
Mayor and Councilmember Santa Cruz, I think to your point, and the mayor's comment, and actually all of you, depending on what we find out as to why the income tax is down, that could be other legislation or other state approvals or state actions that have caused that. We don't know today. We'll find out and we'll make sure. But once we know, then I can bring that to you and say, okay, let's make some noise about that, because those are, I'll call them unintended consequences to these kinds of services, going back to Councilmember Cunningham's point about cutting back on those services.
Yeah, no, and it's very frustrating because I think we were one of the last cities to recover from the recession, and we've just, kind of like regaining the trust from the community about the service that the city provides and building those relationships to then go back to be like, we have to cut all these services. They're going to get mad at us and not at the state legislature who's enacting, the legislation that impacts us. So I just, I think it's important that we're bringing that kind of awareness. My last comment was, I know that we're doing the community engagement events, and I know this is something, we've been bringing up over and over each year, and that we're having these different town halls. And I think our staff was briefed that there was gonna be 3 town halls, and then I just want to advocate that I would want one of them to be on the south side. And that we are also thinking about the importance of having translation services so that these forums are accessible. Thank you.
Mayor, we're happy to accommodate. We're actually thinking, I have not spoken with Councilmember Fimbres, but we are thinking that one of them could be at El Pueblo. If that meets that criteria, happy to do that, and we can provide the translation services as well. So one of them as a minimum would be there. Thank you.
Well, and just to highlight the comment that you've made, Councilmember Santa Cruz, is that what happens with the flat tax and the corporate tax cuts that the state legislature, choose to adopt, it really is an effect on our budgets as cities and towns. And then cities are left with the responsibility of either charging more for the services that we need to provide, or go to the voters to ask them for additional sales taxes. So as the state legislature is saying that they're cutting taxes, they're really not, because citizens in cities and towns have to pick up their slack and their decisions to cut. But cities and towns have to pick up those expenses. And state shared revenues usually pay for police services, fire services, roads, parks and recreation, all of these necessary services that cities have to provide the community, cities are having to either cut services or ask the voters to pay more. So it really is not, cuts to the state, but it really is, in many cases, corporate tax cuts that residents throughout Arizona and here in Tucson have to pick up themselves. Councilmember Cunningham.
I kind of recall that our projections for originally, going back a year and a half ago, if I remember correctly, our original projections for local sales tax collections were pretty conservative. I'm assuming we're exceeding those numbers.
Mayor, council members, yes, again, we track those numbers on a weekly basis. Right before the holidays, the budget contains a 3% increase over the prior year. That's our estimate, right? Before the holidays, we were slightly below it, around 2.8, 2.9%. Since the Christmas holidays, we've been slightly over it in the 3.4, 3.5% range. The way we prepared the projection for FY24, we looked at our actual collections and we projected the rest of the fiscal year at 3%. And so that's the number that we baked into the forecast at this point.
I'm pretty happy with our indicators. Our sales tax revenues locally collected are higher than expected, and we do have a record number of Tucsonans punching paychecks right now, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So I can't imagine that that's the problem is local. The other thing I think that people should understand is that the people spoke on this in 2020. There was a state income tax referendum passed, and it was shot down by the courts. So it's kind of what it reeks of the same issues we had with marijuana legislation in 2006 and 2007, where the people spoke and it continued to go to legislation. So we'll fight another day. We'll keep grinding. We'll do what we do. That's why Tucson does it right. And I appreciate all the information you guys have. You guys are amazing stewards of our money and our budget, and I'm really proud of our finance team and the direction we're going. So that's all I really wanted to say, and thank you.
Mr. Manager, we have run out of time, but that's why we're adding this item to every single study session that we're having from now on. We're going to have to move on to item 10. Item 10 has been continued to a future date. I believe that there might be a off-agenda memo to replace this agenda item. So we will keep you posted on that. Item 11, time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees. I'd just like to introduce this item. I think someone has some feedback. So I think they need to make sure that they turn off their mics. Alrighty, so I'd like to just thank our legislators for the work that they are doing on behalf of Tucsonans. Really appreciate all of their work. I know that there is some deadlines to submit bills at the state legislature, and I know that our delegation from Southern Arizona is doing a lot of important work on behalf of us. So with that, I'd just like to turn it over to Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have provided you some information, but Tim Tommer is here to give you a little more detail as well as answer some questions. Go, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, and Council. As you know, we have a team pinch hitting on the intergovernmental relations front, and so we're tackling that as a group. And so I was asked to give the update for this meeting. For the federal side, we did give a federal update from Bracy Tucker Brown, our lobbyist in DC, was sent out yesterday. So I refer the federal issues to that report. We're happy to follow up on any questions you may have as well. Really, the action right now is at the state legislature. We're 1 month into the session. And yesterday was actually the House deadline for introduction of new bills, and the Senate's deadline was last week. So now the full scope of bills that are under consideration for this session are coming into focus. We continue to rely on the guidance provided by Mayor and Council when you approved the legislative priority report at a previous meeting, and we have a lot of support from our lobbyists at the Policy Development Group. Having said that, we're tracking a number of bills, and a few that I'll highlight for today. SB 1189, this is one where we're posing an opposition to. This is one that would be creating a preemption of our ability to regulate gun shows. So in keeping with Mayor and Council's guidance on that, we'd be opposing that. HB, or House Bill 2299, we're planning to go out in support of Representative Austin's ADU bill. This is something that makes it easier for ADUs to occur in the state, but it also preserves our authorities here. HB 2030 is another one looking to oppose in the water space. This is would be a new requirement for auditing of municipal water systems for jurisdictions over 240,000 customers. Always interesting how they come up with these numbers. But this is one that just puts an undue burden on our already well-regulated, well-governed utilities like Tucson Water. While we are on the topic of water, it's important to note that our Water Director, John Kameek, was asked and invited by Representative Hamilton to speak at a legislative lunch and learn on water issues. And this is coming up soon, and it's a great opportunity for us to tell the Tucson Water story one more time. House Bills 2544 and 2547 are both initiatives or bills that would relate to elections and making it harder for people to vote, in short, including 2544 is looking at create a mail voting ban. So, of course, looking at opposition on those. And finally, we are planning to support the bill introduced by League of Cities and Towns looking to address unlicensed and unlawful sober living homes, SB 1361. I'd also like to note that our TPD Captain, Mickey Peterson, spoke on impacts of unlawful sober living homes on a public safety to a House Appropriations Subcommittee recently by invitation. Notably, with help from staff at HCD and PDSD, we're looking and tracking numerous bills relating to land use and zoning. There's a whole pile of bills related to water issues that we're sorting through as we speak. And with working with Kansi Sensman from Policy Development Group, we're going through that triaging process, and also note that Kathy will be available to us next meeting as we get a little deeper into the process. And finally, we are in the process of hiring an IGR manager, intergovernmental relations manager. We've received resumes, and we're moving to the next steps in that recruitment. With that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
That's wonderful. Great update. Any questions, comments? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Tim, you answered my questions, but I did want to say thank you for doing this tag team. I feel that we're being covered. Appreciate it.
Any others? No questions? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
I know that there's early iterations of anti-trans bills, bathrooms, all that. Are we keeping track of that and making sure that we're, advocating against them?
Councilmember Santa Cruz, absolutely, we will be tracking that. And if you're aware of any specific bill numbers or bill language that you want us to really hone in on, just send us a note, and we'll make sure we get that at the top of the list.
Any others? Alrighty. Thank you so much for the update, Mr. Tamir. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, so we are moving on to item 12. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Hearing none. Item 13. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Alrighty, so study session is adjourned. The regular session begins at, let me make sure that we're getting enough time, at 5:45. The next study session will be Wednesday, February 21st, 2024. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate your work. stand in session. For the record, Councilmember Fimbres will be participating electronically through Teams. Item 2, actually, council roll call, please.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Here.
Mr. Cunningham. Here. Mr. Dahl. Here. Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres.
I'm here.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2,
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
the invocation will be given by Pastor Larry Munguia of the Silver Project. After the invocation, I would ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
How many times can I tell you how privileged I am to come and pray for my city, our city, that you would do a excellent job. Bow your heads if you're so inclined. Father God, we come to you, Lord, and thank you for this day. And I ask you, Lord, that you would draw these men and these women to you, that they would come to you for wisdom, knowledge, and insight, that you would be in the conversations, you would be in the debates, but you would be in the final decision for the city of Tucson. Lord, this is a jewel in your crown. The city of Tucson stands before any other city in this nation. It's a godly city. We give our lives to you, and we ask you, Lord, to take good care of our mayor, our city council, and our managers. We ask you this in your holy name. Amen. To the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just one more thing I wanted to say hi to Richard, Mr. Fimbres, my friend. We're praying for you. God bless you. Stay strong. Michael, on your future, God bless you. Thank you for what you've done in Tucson. See you guys in a couple months.
Pastor Munguia, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Thank you so much. All righty, we move on to proclamations. Thank you, Pastor Munguia. I would like to proclaim February 2024 to be Save Our Saguaros Month. Here to accept the proclamation is Kim Franklin, Conservation Science Manager from the Arizona-Sonora Desert Museum. Ms. Franklin, if you can join me at the mic, thank you so much. I will be right there. Hello, thank you for coming. Save Our Saguaros Month. This is an important month, not just for the city of Tucson, but for the entire Sonoran Desert. The majestic saguaros are really a symbol of who we are as people in this beautiful Sonoran Desert that has thousands of years of inhabitation. So let me read our proclamation. On behalf of the city of Tucson and the office of the mayor, I proclaim, whereas buffalo grass and fountain grass pose an immediate threat to the ecological integrity of the Sonoran Desert, and whereas the city of Tucson joins with other jurisdictions and agencies to proclaim that the time to take action on buffalo grass and fountain grass is now. And whereas buffalo grass and fountain grass, left undeterred, can irrevocably alter the Sonoran Desert by outcompeting native plants for space, water, and nutrients. And whereas buffalo grass and fountain grass are fire-prone grasses that can fuel devastating fires, hastening the death of native plants, including the iconic and beloved saguaro cactus. And whereas a heightened awareness of the negative impacts of these invasive grasses is made possible through education And whereas government bodies throughout our region accept the shared responsibility to act collaboratively to prevent future reoccurring fires, diminished biodiversity, and significant economic impacts. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim February 2024 to be Save Our Saguaros Month in this community and encourage all of our residents to support volunteer-driven efforts to control these invasive grasses throughout the Tucson Basin. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 6th day of February 2024. Thank you so much. Would you like to say something?
Thank you so much, Mayor Romero and City Council members. And it is really an honor to be here on behalf of the thousands of volunteers who have been pulling up bufflegrass and other invasive species for the past 2 decades. Those volunteers are the reasons that we still have the densest stands of saguaros of any city in the world, and that's what we stand to lose. And there are many new invasive species coming, and so it's a broader effort than just those grasses. And it's a community-wide effort. It takes an entire community. What we've learned is that we can no longer simply set aside land and expect it to be there in the biodiversity for future generations, but we have to become stewards of the land. So to learn more, you can go to bufflegrass.org, the Desert Museum's website, as well as Tucson Clean and Beautiful. We're both hosting pools throughout the Tucson Basin all month. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. If you'd like to take a picture. And if anyone has pulled bufflegrass, you'll know it's a hard job. And so volunteering for this important effort is always appreciated. I'll be right back. I'm going to go list and bring a stack of other proclamations. So just give me a minute. So we're celebrating Black History Month in the city of Tucson, Arizona, and we invited a whole list of incredible leaders in the African American community here in Tucson. So I would love for everyone that's here, or however you'd like to do this, representatives of the organizations that I'm about to call out. Again, I'd like to proclaim February 2024 as Black History Month in the city of Tucson, Arizona. And I'd like to invite to accept the proclamation Dr. Cherie Meeks, Director of the NAACP Tucson chapter, and anyone from the NAACP that would like to come up with her. Mr. Bob and Beverly Ariett, founders of the African American Museum of Southern Arizona. Dr. Jenna Hatcher, President of the African American Student Affairs at the University of Arizona. Marie Seifer and Barbara Mosley from the Tucson Educational Empowerment for Minorities Program. Olympia Tinsley Sims, member Sigma Gamma Rho, Sorority Tucson chapter. Western Hills community leader, Mr. Willie Blake. Kevin Woodard, president of the Sugar Hill Neighborhood Coalition. Mr. James Christopher, founder of the Christopher's Black Memorabilia Museum. And Ashley LaRusso, founder of Root Events. Please come forward, and if there's some room over here, if you'd like to join us on this side. All righty. Yes. I was gonna say they look so beautiful from up here. Thank you so much for all of the work that you do to preserve not only the history, African American history in the city of Tucson, but to work towards the present and Black futures of our communities. So, on behalf of the city of Tucson, Arizona, from the office of the mayor, I hereby proclaim February 2024 to be Black History Month in our community. Whereas Black History Month is an opportunity to spotlight Black history, which is American history, and reaffirm our commitment to Black joy and Black futures, and ensure a thriving Black community here in Tucson now and for generations to come. And whereas Black history is found in Tucson's neighborhoods, public spaces, institutions, and businesses, and whereas the Dunbar Pavilion and the new African American Museum of Southern Arizona provide resources to connect us with Tucson's Black history, as well as community centers for Black life and culture. Whereas every day is a good day to study history and to work to improve the lives of our Black neighbors and invest in programs and services that uplift our community. And whereas our city is committed to equity and seeks to invest in Black futures by creating workforce development opportunities, support for entrepreneurs and startups, and partnerships with our educational institutions, neighborhoods, and private sector. And whereas we honor and continue the work of Black Americans like Dr. King, who have created a more fair and inclusive democracy, helping our nation move closer to the realization of its full promise for everyone. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim February 2024 to be Black History Month in this community and encourage all of our residents, public officials, and educators to observe this month with relevant programs, ceremonies, and activities. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 6th day of February 2024. Congratulations, and thank you so much for all of the work that you do. So I'm going to distribute. I had lots of copies, so please feel free on taking one. Go and there. I have plenty, so don't be shy. All righty. I'll open. All righty. You're hiding over there. I'll be right with you.
Oh, you want me to hold it up? Hold it up, Bob. Hold it up so we can see the seat. All right. I'm blocking everybody. Oh, just way up here? Yeah, like blocking the shot? Everybody all together. Black History Month. Black History Month.
Dr. Meeks, would you like to say something?
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. My name is Marie Seifers, and I'm the president of Tucson Educational Empowerment for Minorities, known as TEAM. We've been in existence since 2004 and impacting our community, our youth, and our little girl here. I want her to come and stand by me. Come on, sweetheart. Come on. She's a university high student, and I know she's got straight A's, because you got to, let's give her a hand. But I know time is limited. We have 4 major programs that we conduct throughout the year. This is Black History Month, and we have a dynamite program. We're partners with Pima Community College. Over 800 students attend on the 16th, providing workshops in careers of their choice, and they're allowed to choose. And so there's lunch, keynote speaker. It is awesome. So we do that in February. In summer, we have a summer program where this young lady has never missed a summer program since she was a little girl. Her mother brings her and the rest of the children every Saturday morning. And we are just so happy. We help with reading, math, science. We have a big science program. So I could go on, but it's really very impactful in the summer. And then our historical Black college tours, twice a year. High school's one tour, middle school is another tour. And just spinning off from them, we have students in doctoral programs, graduate programs, and undergrad throughout the whole college. They keep going, the ones that come back to me. So I just want to thank God for empowering us and for us being there, and all of our staff, especially Ms. Mosley. She keeps us on our toes. Thank you.
I'm trying to let the young people do it.
Thank you all so much. Really appreciate all the work you do for us. Thank you. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, just a quick second. We're going to rest. Thank you, everyone. So my name is Sierra Connerly Sims. I am the recording secretary for the National Panhellenic Council of Southern Arizona. I am also the recording secretary for Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated Lambda Alpha Sigma chapter, which is our Tucson alumni chapter. We have with us our undergraduates, who is Nu Upsilon at the University of Arizona. And this is just a testament to see all the things that they can do, all their possibilities as they move into the alumni. In the community, we are big on scholarships, education, our sisterhood, and just making a better place for the community. We participate in our Operation Big Book Bag, which we are distributing toys and school supplies to students in the Tucson community, and we are going to continue that work. We appreciate the recognition. Mayor Romero, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure working with you. And come out and see us, TucsonSGRose.com, and we look forward to continuing to build the community.
Great.
Good evening, and I'm Dr. Jenna Hatcher, and I'm the Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at the University of Arizona. And I have with me two students, if you all could stand up, from African American Student Affairs here at two of our wonderful students who keep our African American Student Affairs alive and well. And also I have Dr. Fritchen with me, who is the Senior Director for our cultural and resource centers. And I just want to thank you, Mayor Romero, and the council for the appreciation that we are getting this month as Black people in this community. We do so much to hold the community down. We all know that, you see us, but I think it's incredibly special that we are honored as part of American history this month. And it's a special opportunity for our young people at the university to be showcased, and for all the things that African Americans do to hold down the University of Arizona. It's also good to be in the news that's not about a financial crisis. So I appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ashley LaRussa, founder of Rue Events and founder of Blacks Friday. As Blacks Friday, we are the largest Black business directory in the state of Arizona, as well as the only Black business app. It is a complete honor to be invited here, to be amongst these legacy organizations, such as NAACP, such as the Dunbar, and all of the beautiful organizations that have grown in neighborhoods, such as Sugar Hill. So I give a huge thank you to our city of Tucson, Mayor Regina Romero, our council. If you have an opportunity, please support Black businesses, not only today, but every day. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Sheree Meeks, and I serve as the president of NAACP Tucson. I also serve as the assistant dean for programs, diversity, and inclusion in the W.A. Frankie Honors College at the University of Arizona. And I'm a proud member of the Tucson Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I am so excited to be here in the room this evening. When we received the invitation, I knew it was going to be special, but to know that there was not one organization that was selected, but that there were many people who would be in the room. Oftentimes we choose one who is to speak for everyone, but I think it's so beautiful. You talked about joy in the proclamation. My heart is filled with joy to be a part of what is happening here tonight. Through NAACP, we are the oldest civil rights organization in the country, and we work to eliminate race-based discrimination, and that's in education and housing, in the justice system, and in all areas of life. And so I want to encourage each and every one of you to be a part of that. Find a way to get involved. Something that's very near and dear to my heart is policy and legislation, making change at the systemic level. So I want to encourage you all to do that. If you have questions about how to do that, if there's something that you care about, find a way to take some action, because every little thing matters. Nothing is insignificant. And as we celebrate this Black History Month, learn some history, real history, some of the things that you don't often find easily when you Google it. Dig a little bit deeper. There's lots of information out there. Celebrate, be a part of what we are doing to be better together. And I'm just so grateful for everyone here. And I also have to give a shout out to Miss Esme Canelos, who is here, who is a member of the Black Excellence Scholars. Go ahead and stand up. Wonderful undergraduate from the University of Arizona. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
All right, that was beautiful. We move on to item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 43, dated February 6th, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
Second.
There is a motion and a second to appoint Andrew Christopher to the Tucson Pima County Historical Commission. And before we vote, I'd like to thank Mr. Christopher for your willingness to serve the Tucson community. With that, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, we move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 34, dated February 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I have two, Madam Mayor.
Alrighty, we'll start with you, Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll go from 6 to 1, if there are any reports from my colleagues. Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In celebration of Black History Month, I would like to mention a few places in Ward 5 where you can get great historical information. The Buffalo Soldier Museum Plaza is located at the Quincy Douglas Center, 5075 East 36th Street. On display is the rich history of the honorable service of the Buffalo Soldiers that Southern Arizona and the West. This historical information was composed mainly through the help of the great Southern Arizona Area Chapter Cavalry, along with John Covington and several others who made this memorial possible. The museum is the Christopher Black Memorabilia Museum. This Christopher, the founder, has been collecting several pieces of Black history for years. Called the museum the Traveling Museum. This is happy to take his museum on the road to you. He has done several attendant groups who enjoyed his collection. He's also been the key person to help forward the MLK breakfast, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres.
Tucson Center of Black Life, 1834 South Park. It was the Tucson Original Black History Museum, which was founded by Charles Kendricks, one of Mr. Kendrick Barbecue Rhonda Kendricks, who was Mr. Kendrick's daughter, now curator of the museum. The museum is another great place to visit, which is rich in Black history and located in Ward 5. When I think of Black history, I think of all of those folks who have enriched my life and helped me, and those in our community. Their names are Pastor Grady Scott, Amos Lewis, Otis Brown, Willie Blake, James Christopher, Charles Kendricks, Annie Sykes, Betty Liggins, Joyce Green, Kevin Woodard, Joyce and Jamal Givens, along with Fred Dillon, and there's Mary Martin. There's some others who deserve to be recognized. I wish you had more time to list them all. Each and every one of them, their contributions to our great city. Let's see. For my current events, I would like to remind everyone of the 99th annual Tucson Rotary Parade, which is being held on February 22nd at 9 a.m. The Rotary Parade has a new route. It'll start at 12th Avenue and Drexel Road. You can get more information on the parade route by heading to the Tucson Rotary Parade website, www.tucsonrotaryparade.com. Please come out and support the great event. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Figueres. Councilmember Kozaczek, Councilwoman Lee, Vice Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I like to bring a prop, so I brought an umbrella to remind me to say how grateful I am that we're getting great rains this winter. And one person also appreciates it. It's slightly irritating. It's cold, but it's so important to the desert. As we learn about why we're getting good rains this winter, it's an El Nino year, which is a natural cycle that's caused with a difference in temperatures in the southern Pacific, known as the El Nino Southern Oscillation, which is getting stronger because of climate change. There's a warmer world, more energy in the world, stronger storms, and our friends in California are facing the brunt. And it reminds me that we need to do what we can about climate change, and I'm so proud that Tucson is taking strong action in this area. Note of appreciation to the Southern Arizona Black History Museum. My staff and I last week toured it. Bob Elliott was there, my hero, Bob Elliott. An amazing amount of history portrayed so well and so personally in a very small space in the Student Union at the University of Arizona. Now, I think it's hard to get to the Student Union. It's not that hard. There's a parking place. It'll cost you a couple bucks an hour. But if you're going to be there for the Tucson Book Festival, they're going to be open during the book festival. Take 15 minutes, take an hour, and tour this incredible museum of artifacts, of what's happened in Tucson. A very important history here. And one slight piece of motivation, they even have a robot that will do some of the interpretation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cunningham?
I've got a few, Your Honor. First of all, I want to, we're not going to meet again. February 14th, it's such an amazing day. It's so important. It's called Arizona Statehood Day. And we celebrate our 112th. We became a state on February 14th, 1912. Within 3 months, we were one of the first states to grant women's suffrage. I think that's a big thing that people forget. We also got delayed being a state because we wanted to be able to recall our judges and have referendums, and President Taft actually blocked it. So I hope people remember this Valentine's Day, that they've remembered that we have a great state that we live in. I also want to talk about Club Zeus. Now, Club Zeus is pretty cool. It's a nightclub for folks with disabilities, Down syndrome, cerebral palsy. It's all inclusive, and we're hosting it. It's a nonprofit, and we're hosting it in my office. It's going to be the second Saturday of every night from 6 to 9 p.m. You can go to clubzeus.org to get tickets and get more information. But I want to reach out to folks in the disabled community and let them know that they're totally welcome to come down. I think it's a great event. I also want to talk about Fort Lowell Day. The Presidio Museum and the Old Fort Lowell Neighborhood Association are again hosting Fort Lowell Day. This year's celebration of history will include a cavalry demonstration, self-guided tours, performances by a marching band. We usually have the Buffalo Soldiers out there. There's something for everybody. It's a great program. This will take place February 24th from 11. We'll start around 11 o'clock at the Fort Lowell Park. That's when the Boy Scout troop in that area does the flag presentation. But there's also a little service before that, Reunion de El Fuerte, a celebration of the Hispanic community that thrived in the area. So we'll have a mariachi mass before that at the at the San Pedro Chapel, and that's going to be at 10 a.m., and that's right down the street from the park. So I invite people to come to Fort Lowell Day. I didn't want to leave this out tonight. There's been 385 mudslides in our neighboring state. They don't even have a body count yet. San Diego County, Imperial County, San Fernando Valley, LA County, Orange County, and then the Bakersfield and Fresno areas have all been significantly affected. If you've got family out in California, it's a good time to reach out, and hopefully we can reach out our hands to help, because we're very fortunate in the city of Tucson. I got one more announcement. I want to congratulate Saguaro High School. That's in Ward 2. It's about 99% of my constituents are Ward 2 residents. Our 99% of the student body are Ward 2 residents. That's what I meant to say. They were victorious on their senior night. They beat Micah Mountain 59-51. They're ranked 5th in the state of Arizona, and they finished the season in 21-3. And not to just single out one public high school in my ward, the other one is Palo Verde High School, and they're 18-6. They've got a really good team too. Their senior night is tomorrow at the Palo Verde Gym at 7 p.m. If you're so inclined to go. A lot of the players on this team participate in the Wednesday Hoops program for middle schoolers that we started 3 years ago in Ward 2. Wednesday from 3, TUSD gets out early for middle school every Wednesday. So it's really good to have middle schoolers have somewhere to go. They can go to Jesse Owens Park every 3:30 at Wednesday. Tucson Buckets run middle school hoops. I hope if you know a middle schooler, it's a great time. So those are my announcements. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. This Saturday, February 10th at 8 a.m., Tucson Clean and Beautiful is holding a tree planting at our Sunset Via neighborhood and Mission Circle to plant trees along Sunset Via and the Wakefield neighborhoods. The location is still to be determined, so we'll put that out as soon as we finalize. On Sunday, February 11th at 9 a.m., our office is hosting its second Sunday BCC Burros Ride. All are invited. The ride starts at our Ward 1 office, 940 West Alameda, and it is done in partnership with Fuga. And then on Saturday, February 17th at 9 a.m., Tucson Clean and Beautiful is hosting a Santa Cruz River cleanup and restoration at 1161 West Silver Lake Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just have one announcement. The Arts Foundation for Tucson and Southern Arizona is sharing 2 opportunities for the community to participate. There's a call for photos, and both opportunities are to highlight the history of Sugar Hill neighborhood. This year's theme for Black History Month is African Americans and the Arts. A call for photos is the first opportunity, and it's in partnership with the City of Tucson Thrive in the 05. And there's also a call to artists to help design residential banners to tell the story of Sugar Hill. You can learn more at artsfoundtucson.org. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 35, dated February 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. A few things. Planet Development Services team is looking for feedback. They've actually got a survey online. You can go to the tucsonaz.gov website, and we're soliciting feedback on some of the programs that they've established and really working on some of the concerns that people have expressed to us. Other thing, I wanted to let you know that we are a finalist. We have 4 projects on the Arizona Forward Environmental Excellence Awards. First is the Casita Model Plan Design, so that was a great thing. The Southeast Arizona, Southeast Houghton Area Recharge Project is one. The Tucson Resilient Climate Action Plan was the third, and then the One Water 2100 Plan. So awardees will be attending, and an announcement will be made on on March 23rd. So pretty excited about that. Those are good projects. A lot of staff, worked on them for many months, and to be recognized is a really good thing. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 37, dated February 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 4 requests for new licenses, 1 location transfer, and 2 special events. All are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 through 5 and 5C1 and 2 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right. No, I'm supportive of it.
Okay.
Aye.
A motion carries. All in favor. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
All righty. Tonight we have a very, very complete, it's a big stack of people that like to speak at call to the audience. In the interest of time, I'd ask all speakers to please indicate if you are a resident of the city of Tucson, if you are a retained speaker, and please make sure that if you hear others say what you're saying, just make sure that in the interest of time is to give as many people as possible the opportunity to speak at call to the audience, that you shorten up your statements if you hear what you're saying repeated before. So at this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Our first speaker will be Kimberly Bell. Yes, please come to the tall microphone. There you go.
Hello, my name is Kimberly Bell. I grew up in Tucson, Arizona, and graduated from the nursing program for the U of A. I'm a resident of Tucson. I wanted to comment on the ceasefire resolution. To date, more than 27,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed by Israel bombardment with U.S.-made weapons. 2.1 million Palestinians have been displaced from their homes, and they are at risk of starvation. I'm asking the Tucson council members this: did we act or did we stand by idly while genocide was committed in our name? Please pass the ceasefire resolution for Gaza as a first step towards peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Lynn Davis. Lynn Davis.
Mayor and council members, good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Lynn Davis. I am director of the Jewish Community Relations Council for Tucson and Southern Arizona. Our job is to educate, advocate, and activate around issues of common concern in our community. And our work is based in the belief that Jews and other marginalized communities can only thrive in a healthy democracy and a robust civil society. So I'm grateful for this opportunity this evening. I'm reading a letter that was mailed to Mayor and Council late last week from a number of faith leaders and community leaders. And it states, on October 7th, 2023, Hamas terrorists broke an existing ceasefire. Their horrific, unprovoked attack on Israeli soil, where more than 1,200 civilians were murdered, raped, mutilated, and burned alive, prompted Israel to defend its citizens as any sovereign nation would. We've recently learned that Mayor and Council are considering language for a resolution regarding ceasefire in the ongoing Israel-Hamas war. We, the undersigned community leaders, urge you to stop and not take up the discussion. While there are very likely people of goodwill in our community asking that you vote on a ceasefire resolution, this is part of a larger, coordinated national effort by organizations whose leaders openly deny Israel's right to exist and proudly call themselves anti-Semites as a badge of honor. These groups circulated a city council ceasefire organizing research toolkit months ago, and a copy of which was attached to this letter, that tells people to flood city council call to audience periods, pressure council members, and provides talking points that include the words apartheid, Israeli genocide, Israeli occupation, and divestment. And in fact, members of city councils across the country have been threatened. It tells people that not passing a resolution for a ceasefire is akin to normalizing genocide. It explicitly states that their goals of cutting all aid to Israel and ending the occupation in Palestine. While these tactics have taken a variety of forms, including boycott, divestment, and sanctions, they have not proven to affect positive change or to help the people in Gaza. The goal, as they state, is to divest from Israel and destabilize our communities. Council-level discussions regarding ceasefire resolutions have changed the cities in which they've occurred. Anti-Semitic incidents and hate crimes increase, and city councils become places where a police presence is required to keep the peace. The loss of life in Israel, in Gaza, and every violent conflict is an immense travesty. As faith leaders and members of the Tucson community, we encourage our fellow citizens to contact their national representatives, those who may possibly wield influence, and urge them to find meaningful resolutions toward lasting peace. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I'm going to ask everyone involved and call to the audience to please be respectful and not interrupt speakers. Everybody has a right and at least 3 minutes to speak at call to the audience. Our next speaker is Marty Johnston.
Thank you, Mayor Romero and council members, for not succumbing to mob rule and standing up for our community and our municipal matters. The toolkit put together by these anti-Israel groups instructs well-meaning activists as well as anti-Semites and anti-Israel protesters to flood your city halls and target city council members who have aspirations to run for higher level office. It instructs ceasefire protesters to put pressure on council members, use words like genocide and occupation, and to spread the lie that anti-Israel rhetoric is not anti-Semitic. In Chicago last week, after many council meetings in which many hundreds of pro-ceasefire protesters denied the Holocaust, denied the 10/7 massacre, the gang rape, the torture, and the taking of Israel hostages on October 7th, spread lies and conspiracy theories about Jews, and pressured, bullied, and harassed city council members to get support or get out of the way, Chicago narrowly passed the resolution for a ceasefire. Today, the Times of Israel reported Jane Charney, who serves as Assistant Vice President for Local Government Affairs at the Jewish United Fund of Metropolitan Chicago, said the debate around the resolution, quote, has fanned the flames of anti-Semitism in the city. We have seen Chicago in which anti-Semitic tropes are taken for truths. Binaries of oppressor or oppressed have become key talking points, and Jews are harassed, our businesses and institutions are vandalized, and our heritage is denied and denigrated. We know that anti-Israel rhetoric is doing actual real-life harm to the Jewish community. When people hear words like Jewish supremacy and Israeli colonialism, apartheid, and genocide, they take it out on the Jews of America through bullying, hate, violence, discrimination, vandalism, etc. Regardless of your position and thoughts on the Israel-Palestinian conflict or the current Israeli government, which I don't like, if you care about our community here in Tucson, about the Jews of Tucson who go to our schools, public libraries, stores, restaurant jobs, museums, synagogues, doctors' offices, etc., you will not allow this resolution in our chamber to articulate this kind of hatred towards members of our community. Thank you.
Karina Bien Wilmer. Karina Bien Wilmer.
Mayor Romero, council members, thank you for allowing me, thank you for your service to our community and allowing me to speak today. My name is Karina Bjorn-Wilner. I am a registered architect. I am a member of the Jewish community. I grew up in Tucson, and more importantly, I'm a mom to 2 boys. I am a Latina Jew. I was born in Argentina. My family immigrated to Arizona in the early 1980s during a politically dangerous time in Argentina. Anti-Semitism was growing, and professors and people thought to be too socialist were disappearing in the night, never to be seen again. My grandparents were not Argentine. My grandparents from Poland and Austria had immigrated to Argentina after surviving the Holocaust, in which many members of my extended family were murdered at the hands of the Nazis. My ancestors were not from Eastern Europe, and the cycle continues. To say that we in the Jewish community have a long history of generational trauma is not a cliche. It is something we cannot seem to escape. In 1990, my family came to Tucson, and this has been our home since. My family represents 3 generations and many small businesses here in Tucson, and I'm so proud to be raising my 2 sons here in a city where we have found peace and anonymity. For the past 3 months, I have been watching American cities fall into deep, ugly divisions and hate as their city councils take up discussion regarding a conflict that has nothing to do with actual city governance. As city councils across the U.S. publicly try to understand and write language that is ultimately one-sided and biased at best, they leave in their wake a community feeling completely abandoned, afraid, divided, and hated. In many cities, as the council members are pressured and bullied into taking this on, pro-ceasefire protesters abuse the call to audience platform to spew Jew hatred and conspiracy theories. As a friend in one community put it, can you imagine being in a city council chamber and hearing every disgusting Jewish slur for hours and hours, and then going to the grocery store the next day, and one of the people peddling these insults is in the store? Families who have lived in some of these communities for decades are leaving because they no longer feel safe. Perhaps this beloved city of ours can use this opportunity to serve as an example to the nation. We can be the city that does not allow mob rule, but rather one that provides a platform outside of city council for meaningful bridge making, discussion, and education, as we have done in the past. Not meaningless resolutions that sow division and hate. Please do not take on a discussion on a resolution that will bring division and hate. Thank you.
Ms. Wilmer. Bets Putnam Hidalgo. Bets Putnam Hidalgo. Bets Putnam Hidalgo. I see you coming.
Bets Putnam Hidalgo. First of all, I'm just outraged. I did not receive the toolkit. I never learned anything about a toolkit. I actually came up with these ideas on my own. And so I just want to make that clear. When LD 20 passed a ceasefire resolution in late November, I want you all to think about where your constituencies live. LD 20 is one of our, it's a fairly large LD. 14,800 Palestinians had died. By late January, January 27th, in fact, when the Arizona Democratic Party passed a ceasefire resolution by 80%, 26,000 Palestinians had died. Today, 27,365 dead, 66,630 injured. I respectfully ask that you pass a ceasefire resolution. You're going to hear the figures over and over and over again. And what I want to stress is, yes, this is a local issue. We do not turn our heads when people are being killed in our names. if we are a loving community, we are a loving community to all. I did not turn my head when people in Chile were being killed, when people in Argentina were being killed. And I don't want to be called a hater because I'm not going to turn my head now either. So with all due respect, I ask that you move on this pretty quickly because almost 30,000 are dead, 67,000 injured, and currently being starved by the policies of our government and Israel. We have the luxury of time, and they do not. So please act. Thank you.
Lee Urias. Lee Urias.
Hello, my name is Lee Urias. I'm a resident of Tucson. I'm here representing only myself. I'd like to read out a list of municipalities in the United States that have already passed ceasefire resolutions in approximate order. Hamtramck, Missouri, Dearborn, excuse me. I'm actually not going to read them in order. I'll just go down the list for you. Portland, Maine, Cambridge, Maine, Providence, Rhode Island, Albany, New York, Bridgeport, Connecticut, Newburgh, New York, Paterson, New Jersey, Wilmington, State College, Pennsylvania, Carrboro, North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina, Atlanta, Georgia, Akron, Ohio, Dayton, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Dearborn Heights, Wayne County, the Canton Township, Ann Arbor, Washington County, Kalamazoo, Chicago, Madison, Coralville, Iowa City, St. Louis, Lawrence, Hastings, Minneapolis, the Red Lake Nation, Bellingham, Port Townsend, Tacoma, Washington, Jefferson County, Washington, Olympia, Folsom, Davis, California, Cotati, California, Brentwood, California, Richmond, California, Oakland, San Francisco, the New Haven Unified School District in Union City, Hollister, California, Pomona, California, Montebello, California, Long Beach, Luthanny, California, and Laguna Beach have all passed ceasefire resolutions. That's 52 different municipalities with at least 19 others proposing resolutions. Nowhere east of California and the West Coast or west of Missouri have passed any ceasefire resolutions. Tucson has the opportunity to lead our state and to lead our region in this action. We aren't here to bully anybody or to degrade anybody. We're here to show support to our community members who are losing loved ones every day and continue to lose loved ones every day. There's been talk before in here about a dignified death, and Palestinians are not getting dignified deaths right now.
Thank you, Ms. Urias. Moeddin Abdulaziz.
Good evening. I am Muhyiddin Abdulaziz with the Arizona Palestine Solidarity Alliance and many other community organizations. I am a community activist, well-meaning and well-doing community activist. Thank you for giving me the opportunity again to appeal to your wise leadership to support the call for a lasting ceasefire in Palestine. While you're discussing this matter, our communities are tortured every minute by the news of unimaginable horrors of death, destruction, and displacement of an entire people. Most are children, not Hamas. Thousands are killed, buried under the rubble, and thousands more are suffering the loss of an arm, a leg, an eye, an ear, or all, while there is no care available for them or food or water to help them survive. And more than 15,000 are without a parent or an adult relative. Most of humanity is calling for a ceasefire to stop this catastrophe. Your voice matters. You matter. Our country can make it happen. You can help. Thank you.
Hussein Sen, Hussein Sen, I believe it is. I'm sorry if I can't pronounce it.
Hi. So I would like to give a translation of one verses from Quran, and then I will just make a little speech, and then I will leave. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Because of that, we decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul, unless for a soul or for corruption done in the land, it is as if he had slain mankind entirely. And whoever saves one, it is as if he had saved mankind entirely. And our messengers had certainly come to them with clear proofs. Then indeed, many of them, even after that, throughout the land, were transgressors. Innocent people are dying, especially the kids. And it's continuing, and it's not stopping. We are just here to ask for a ceasefire, nothing more than that. We are not here to support Hamas. We are not here to attack Israel, any kind of. We are here just to ask for a ceasefire from you guys. I have a business in the city of Tucson, and Vice Mayor Kevin Dahl, I would like to hear your support for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Hassan Ali. Hassan Ali.
Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members, some of you do know me personally, some of you don't. I stand before you today not only as a person who lives in the city of Tucson, but as a leader of Muslim Community Center, but also as a concerned citizen, a man of faith, and a voice for peace. I urge you to vote in favor of resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. The violence that has unfolded in Gaza has left countless lives, innocent lives lost, families shattered, communities in despair, children huddle in fear. Mothers weep for the lost loved ones, and hope dwindles with each passing day. The cycle of bloodshed must end. As an imam of a community, the value and compassion and understanding, I implore you to consider the human cost of this conflict. Every life lost. I said every life lost. Every injury sustained is a tragedy that reverberates throughout our shared humanity. We cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of our fellow human beings, regardless of their faith or their nationality. A ceasefire is not a surrender, but a necessary step towards a lasting peace. It creates a space for dialogue, for diplomacy, for pursuit of a just, equitable solution. It allows for the delivery of desperately needed humanitarian aid and for the rebuilding of lives and communities. I am proud today to be here to witness February being a Black History Month by Mayor Romero and the council and the City Council of Tucson. I remind you what Martin Luther King said: peace is not merely an absence of tension, it's the presence of justice. The people of Gaza deserve to live in peace and security, free from the threat of violence and oppression. I remind you, last but not least, what Brother Malcolm said, who spoke powerfully about the need for justice, stating, the greatest danger of our times is not that our aim is too high and we miss it, but that it is too low and we reach it. Thank you.
Margot Weinberger. Margot Weinberger.
My name is Margot Weinberger. I'm a Tucson resident speaking on my own behalf to ask City Council pass a ceasefire resolution for Palestine. I want there to be no misunderstanding. My ask for a ceasefire resolution is rooted in the need for an immediate end to violence. Anyone's reframing of a ceasefire resolution as an effort to end Israel or the Jewish people is harmful and disingenuous. Last time I spoke to you, I did so as a healthcare worker. Today I'm speaking to you as a Jew. I was raised in a Judeo-Christian home and community, although one where I was often reminded I was not fully Jewish, as it was my dad's family who held those roots, not my mom's. Or so we believed until recent years, when my mom's family found record of what we long assumed, that my grandparents, upon settling in America, outwardly practiced Christianity out of necessity, while simultaneously and silently practicing their truth faith, Judaism. My great-grandfather only ever took off work for the Jewish Sabbath. He kept a Bible out but hid away a Torah. And come Passover, the family would place matzahs under the rug, under the couch, where it would both stay flat and be safe from someone finding them. I'm not going to pretend to know my great-grandparents' would-be stance on Israel and Palestine today. They died before I was born. But I can tell you the fear and silence they lived with is a heaviness I hold in my own body. We know scientifically that oppression produces trauma. As Jewish people, we've known this trauma throughout our history, but more recently, we know that trauma persists across generations through epigenetics. In fact, we owe our understanding of epigenetics in part because we've rigorously studied the effects of our own Holocaust. It's unreasonable to think Palestine will be an exception. There will be no immunity from the lasting effects of Israel's bombardment. I ask absolutely everyone to consider the very real fact that we will never truly know the effects of the violence Palestine has experienced. I appreciate the dialogue, I truly do, that the City Council is having, and ask that the conversations continue with every passing day of this conflict in mind.
Ken Canegos. Ken Canegos.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ken Kenegas. I'm a resident of Tucson. I'm a resident of Tucson, and I'm also Jewish. Here we are again. We've been attending City Council meetings for nearly 2 months. In that time, another 10,000 people have been killed by the indiscriminate bombing of Gaza, and with bombs and ammunition supplied by our government. The number of dead is now near 28,000, and that does not include the thousands missing under the rubble. And each day, each hour, and each minute bring more death and suffering. The Israeli military continues to deny the people of Gaza food, clean water, and medical care. Hospitals continue to be attacked. Nearly 2 million are without shelter, and hundreds of thousands are starving. And the growth of disease is likely to top all other causes of death. I applaud the mayor's call for a humanitarian ceasefire. In Gaza, every day is about finding a way to escape death. We have an easier task: to find the right words to express our city's urgent desire to bring the carnage to a stop. Let's do it before the next meeting of the City Council. Mayor Romero, council members, please reach out to offer a meeting to find those words. There is a tipping point. It's more than the 50 cities in the U.S. and the 153 countries in the United Nations that have called for a ceasefire. But the genocide will be stopped, and each outcry for ceasefire brings that day closer.
Micah Geffen. Micah Geffen.
Good evening, Mayor Amaro and members of the City Council. My name is Micah or Micha, and I am a Moroccan-Israeli American Jew and a resident of Tucson for the last 10 years, and I unequivocally call for an immediate ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine. My family emigrated from Morocco to Israel in 1963. They knew that land as Palestine. We are Arab Jews, and we're treated as second-class citizens, as all Arabs are and always have been treated in Israel. Nope. Mayor Amaro, when your parents came to Arizona, where did they go to buy their spices? When my family moved to Israel, they went to Gaza on day trips to buy their teas and spices, to feel relief, to speak Arabic with Palestinians, to feel at home. Gaza today is bulldozed, bombed, and under rubble. Nearly 30,000 Palestinians have been killed in the last 123 days alone. 11,000 children have been killed. 11,000 children have been killed. Not by Hamas, but by Israeli airstrikes, bombings, and the injuries that come with them. This is not propaganda. These are known war crimes committed by a very fascist government who does not care about its own people, let alone any of its hostages, who hosted a conference 2 weeks ago about settling Gaza and building beachfront villas for settlers to live in before bringing the hostages home. We're talking about a country where denying your army service lands you in prison. Every week, at least 2 IDF soldiers kill themselves. Not an exaggeration, and a stat sadly known amongst Israelis rejecting this war. This occupation sends everyone at every level to their death. I was raised in a Jewish home, eating Palestinian and Moroccan food and standing up for my Palestinian neighbors. It is my Jewish values that teach me to stand up against injustice, not stand passively in the face of violence. I walked through Auschwitz as an 18-year-old, and I committed to never be passive in the face of violence. The Jewish commandment, Pikuach Nefesh, to save a human soul from dying, tops every other commandment. To stand in solidarity with the Jewish people is to not see us as a monolith, and to support the end of the inhumane war and call for a ceasefire. Cities across the U.S. are passing ceasefire resolutions, and we need to be next. I want to thank Council Member Paul Cunningham for taking time to meet with us local Jewish leaders and hear our voices, and for his commitment to this resolution. I am an aspiring rabbi, and I'm grateful for local brave leadership that stand tall in the face of injustice. Mayor Amaro, I was at the groundbreaking at the Milagro in August, and I have to tell you, I felt so proud to be from Tucson, to live here. I'm asking you to please put Tucson's needs first. Put our funds and our energy towards housing and wraparound services, not a cruel, egregious war that hurts everyone involved. Ceasefire now. Thank you so much.
We've been past for about, we've been going at this for 40 minutes, but I'm gonna have to bring this to a conclusion. I'm gonna keep the rest of the people that did not get to speak for our next council meeting. If you'd like to come back and speak at that time, I'm gonna call the last two speakers, Jessica Yoder. And then after that is gonna be Jennifer Lowenstein.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Yoder, and I live in Ward 4. I speak for myself and thousands of other Mennonite Christians from Tucson and across the U.S. and Canada. This evening, I'm full of grief, holy anger, and resoluteness. For months now, we have watched as our tax dollars are used to fund the carpet bombing, sniping, mass starvation, and mass displacement of the people of Gaza and occupied Palestine. Excuse me. As Mennonites, we worship, pray to, and follow a God who loves justice, who denounces colonialism, occupation, and killing of all kinds, who denounces hate. The Jesus we seek to emulate walked the land of Palestine, preaching freedom to the poor and dispossessed, calling out the brutal violence of empire and the hypocrisy of those who exclude, dehumanize, and attack their most vulnerable neighbors. Whatever you do to the least of these, you do to me, Jesus said. Jesus challenges us to love even our enemy, extending mercy to those who harm us, not out of self-deprecation, but to put an end to cycles of violence and the weaponization of trauma. This is why I and my Mennonite family stand here steadfast with the members of Arizona-Palestine Solidarity Alliance and our Jewish siblings at Jewish Voice for Peace, who are loudly proclaiming that this violence is not done in their name. The actions of the U.S. and Israeli governments against the people and land of Palestine are antithetical and an affront to the fundamental tenets of my faith as a Christian. They are a genocide, and I don't use that word lightly, and that does not negate any other genocide. This is why on January 16th, over 100 of my faith family were arrested in the Cannon Building Rotunda in Washington, D.C., while singing hymns and holding handmade quilted banners for a ceasefire now. This is why we will not be silent until there is a ceasefire and until Palestine is free of occupation and apartheid. Also words I do not use lightly. They are backed up by fact. This is why I recently rescinded my Democratic Party registration, and I urge all persons of conscience to withhold support for any politician who is not able to unequivocally name and end apartheid, genocide, and state-sponsored terrorism. We're moving towards a future of liberation. The question, Mayor and Council, is are you coming with us? Thank you.
Jennifer Lowenstein. Jennifer.
Hi, I'm Jennifer, and I'm representing Jewish Voices for Peace and all of my former friends and co-workers from the Mizan Center for Human Rights in the Gaza Strip, who have now lost collectively hundreds of their family members, friends, their homes, businesses, and are facing imminent starvation, disease, and death. We've heard a lot of numbers this evening about the death toll. According to Israeli sources, the actual death toll is 36,000. That's more than 28,000 plus the 8,000 bodies under the rubble. The Israeli intelligence sources, which have tried to convince people worldwide not to trust the Hamas Ministry of Health, have admitted that these statistics are accurate. The UN, the US, EU, and Israel use them. Why call a ceasefire? From the outset, Israel had two stated goals. One, the eradication of Hamas. Two, the freeing of the hostages. Neither goal has been met, and the bombing causes that to continue to be the case. Haaretz is an Israeli daily newspaper. It released an article today that the Israeli military is now investigating hundreds of alleged war crimes in Gaza. Also, analysis by U.S. intelligence agencies has warned that Hamas's credibility and influence has grown dramatically in the months since 10/7, not because they follow the, not because, I'm sorry, I'm losing my train of thought with the people yelling.
Go ahead, please do not interrupt.
Analysis by U.S. intelligence agencies has said that Hamas is increasing worldwide. This is not because people accept their religious nationalist view of the world, but because they see one country or one group finally standing up to Israel's occupation, its pathological killing, and deprivation of food, water, fuel, and electricity in the Gaza Strip. Although Israel keeps repeating that it has been victorious in northern Gaza, OSHA, the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, issued a situation report today documenting that heavy pitched battles in northern and central Gaza
You have to come to a
continue.
conclusion, Ms. Lowenstein.
Yep. I have many statistics to give you, all compiled by Israeli and American sources. I'll just add that I ask again that you pass a resolution for an immediate ceasefire so that you're on record demanding the end of this deliberate and sadistic killing of Palestinians and allow people to rebuild their lives. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time, included 15 more minutes to the call to the audience. We will keep these cards and make sure that we read the names again at our next council meeting. Thank you all so much for your participation, and I really want to make sure that we all remain respectful of each other. Unfortunately, no, Miss, we would love to invite you to our next council meeting so you can submit a blue card at call to the audience. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate you. Item 7.
Consent agenda items A through C.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is a subrecipient agreement with Pima County regarding the Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA Emergency Food and Shelter Program and Shelter and Services Program, continued from the meeting of January 23rd. Item C is a final plat, TD DIV 0723091 for Pinal Vista, also continued from the meeting of January 23rd, 2024. An appropriate motion would be to approve items A through C on the consent agenda.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mr. Fimres.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. Item 8.
Zoning TPENT 0823035 Intelligent Design R2 and O3 to C2 City Manager's Report, continued from the meeting of January 23rd, 2024.
City Manager's Communication Number 39, dated February 6th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 1.94 acres from R2 residential and O3 office to C2 commercial for the purpose of a warehouse, office, and training facility. The project site encompasses 2 existing parcels. The proposal includes an adaptive reuse of an existing assembly hall with support spaces and the addition of a 1-story, 9,000 square foot warehouse and 2-story, 12,300 square foot office space totaling approximately 49,950 square feet. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of zoning subject of zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative present? Can you come up to the tall mic, please?
Good evening, Mayor Romero and council members. My name is Adam Call with the Planning Center, Planning and Landscape Architecture, representing the owners of Intelligent Design Plumbing, Solar, and Air that request this rezoning.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements, sir? Oh, this is agenda item 8? No, this is agenda item 8, which is intelligent design. I'm sorry.
Mayor Romero, Vice Mayor Dahl, yes, we are amenable to the conditions. I also wanted to thank Vice Mayor Dahl and his office for their work on this project, along with the city staff that has helped us through this adaptive reuse. It's been a pleasure working with them.
Thank you so much. What's the council's pleasure on this particular item? This is intelligent design.
Let me start off with my thing and I'll come to a motion.
Okay.
Sorry, I got confused. Intelligent Design is an HVAC company with a trade school, and we are rezoning the former Greek Orthodox Church, where many of us gone to a Greek festival, a beautiful building, located at Fort Lowell on the corner of Navajo Road in the Mountain View neighborhood. Intelligent Design's plan preserves the beautiful church, and inside it is gorgeous. One part of it is burned, and they're even going to make that in an adaptive reuse area. During neighborhood meetings, neighbors expressed concern that sidewalks come in as part of this rezoning, which we normally do. But because Navajo Road is part of Navajo Wash, and the street is designed to convey rainwaters, there was some flooding concerns that impacted what could be done on the property. Initially, the planning center was told that they could only install sidewalks that were flush with the road, which didn't seem very safe, no raised curb. Pedestrian safety, especially because there's a school bus stop on Navajo in that area. The ward office, planning center, PDSD, and DTM worked together to find solutions that prioritize both the flood concerns as well as pedestrian safety. Solution was pretty simple. We're going to use flush sidewalks, but we can use flexi-posts that will separate the road from the sidewalk, creating the safety we need for the children. One of Ward's 3 priorities always is getting new and reworked developments to be more green by adding maximum number of trees and more native vegetation. Flooding concerns prevented trees from being planted on the east side of the property, but we worked with the planning center to come up with solutions that increase landscaping in a way that's compliant with the flooding concerns. So congratulations and thank you to Adam and to his colleague Brian Underwood of the Planning Center, Corey Thompson of Rick Engineering, and especially to Amy Dobbins of Intelligent Design. And with that, Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the request for authorization to rezone as recommended by the zoning examiner.
Second.
All righty, thank you, Vice Mayor Dahl. I really appreciate you and your staff and the neighbors working towards finding a solution for this really good example of adaptive reuse and really the preservation of you know, tens of years, tens of years of the Greek Orthodox Church that really is important for our community. So thank you for your work. Really appreciate really getting it right. I know that we had been wanting to move this forward, but you took your time and really got it right. So congratulations, and I will absolutely support this. Any other comments, discussion points? Alrighty. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 9. Thank you.
Thank you.
City Administration approving the appointment of Housing and Community Development Department Director Ann Chineka. Ordinance number 12070.
City Manager's Communication Number 40, dated February 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12070 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12070 relating to Housing and Community Development Department, approving the appointment of Ann Chineka as the Director of the City of Tucson Housing and Community Development Department, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
Oh, my God.
What is the council's pleasure?
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, my mic was on. Ann, I want to say congratulations. It's well-deserved. And it's been a long road, but this is, it's amazing that I think you go back 3 or 4 city managers, you go back 2 mayors, multiple council members, and every single person in the first time they met you have said that you're going to be a city manager someday. So we're honored to have you, and thank you for choosing Tucson, and congratulations on this appointment. With that, I move that we appoint Ann Chineka as Director HCD.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I too want to make a couple of comments. Where's Ann? There she is. Ann has been with the City of Tucson for over 10 years and at Housing Community Development a little over 3 years. It really demonstrates her deep-rooted commitment to our community, to public service. And during this period, she has contributed significantly to various projects, initiatives, and grants. As an example, helping put together our housing affordability strategy for Tucson, working and engaging with the community about our goals, really helping institute our Housing First program when we first were experiencing COVID. Also really working very, very hard to work with our grant writers to put our choice neighborhoods proposal forward. That itself brought in $15 million that will be leveraged, and more than $300 million created, and more than 400 affordable housing units created in the city of Tucson. So, Ann, you really are an invaluable member of this team. I'm looking forward to your continued leadership at the Housing Community Development Department. I'm looking forward to your further innovation and engaging the most vulnerable community members amongst us. I really am looking forward to you growing in your creativity that we really need in that department to get to the root causes of poverty and urban stress, and how we get to display and put into action equity in our city. So congratulations. I'm really happy that we're here and look forward to this vote. Any others?
Madam Mayor?
Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor,
We're going to go with Vice Mayor Dahl, and then we'll come to you, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thanks, Richard. Congratulations, Ann. And I also want to say congratulations to Liz and to the city manager and other people on the management team who I saw how they recognized you, and I knew that you were going to rise up in the ranks, not only because of the great working relationship we have. Ward 3 has the most public housing in Tucson. We have the Tucson House. We got the $50 million grant. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Liz. Thank you for the opportunity to steal a $50 million check, though the police here didn't try to stop me. I guess I couldn't catch it after I got it. I look forward to working with you more and more. So deserved. You're so talented and skillful. It's going to be great. Thank you.
Any others of our colleagues? Councilmember Fimbres?
Yeah, Madam Mayor. And you've been outstanding so far. Keep going up. We have lots of challenges still ahead for the homeless people, most needy, most vulnerable citizens of our city. The $50 million grant was very good. Choice Neighborhood Implementation Grant from the U.S. Homeland and Urban Development, very positive. Look forward to working with you. Continue. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember Kozachik.
Yeah, just real quick, you've got a great mentor with Liz Morales. Stay connected, and congratulations. I look forward to working with you. You'll do great.
Alrighty, any others? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mrs. Lee?
We love you, Anne. Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Congratulations, Anne. Aye.
Mr. Kozachik?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye, aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12070 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations. Item 10.
Calling a special election on August 6, 2024 for a proposed amendment to the Tucson Charter to establish a transaction privilege tax to fund community investments, ordinance number 12071.
City Manager's Communication Number 42, dated February 6th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12071 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12071 relating to finance and elections pursuant to Chapter 4, Section 120, Chapter 16, Section 6, Chapter 20, Section 2, and Chapter 26, Section 1 of the Tucson Charter, and Sections 12-13 and 12-14 of the Tucson Code, calling a polling place special election, not vote by mail, to be held in the city of Tucson, Arizona on August 6, 2024 for the purpose of submitting to the city's qualified electors a proposed ballot measure or measures to include the establishment of a transaction privilege tax contained in Chapter 4, Section 4 of the Tucson Charter, together with any other charter amendments or ballot measures that the mayor and council may refer to voters for approval or rejection at that election, and declaring an emergency.
Before we get a motion for this item, I'd like our city attorney, Mr. Mike Rankin, to really explain why we're here and why we're doing this.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the council, this item has been scheduled to call a special election for a charter amendment scheduled for August 6th of 2024. And the reason it's on the agenda now for mayor and council consideration and action is because we have a legal issue to try to resolve relating to the timing of our local elections. I think you all know that the Arizona legislature over the years amended the state laws to try and dictate the timing of certain types of local elections. And over the last 10 years, we've had a number of legal battles to preserve the city's charter authority and local control over the scheduling and timing of local elections. Well, that issue comes up again in the context of this type of proposed charter amendment election. So by acting tonight and calling the election in August, it brings that legal issue to a head, and we can attempt to resolve that legal issue now. And then by doing so, it gives you time moving forward to have further discussions, public engagement, to discuss and decide what any type of proposed sales tax proposal would actually look like that you would put in front of the voters at the scheduled election.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rankin. I think most importantly, Mayor and Council is still in the process of putting together what quality of life issues we want Tucsonans to consider. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion that moves this ordinance forward.
Before I make the motion, Mayor, I'd like to ask City Attorney one more thing. Why is this an all-person election, all-in-person election?
Councilmember Kozachik, we were initially calling it an all-male election. We realized that since it would be operated by Pima County in conjunction with certain state primary elections, they will actually operate it to include polling place voting on the day of the primary. But that doesn't mean that people won't be voting by mail. Early ballots will still be, I'm
Okay.
guessing, the large majority of the submitted ballots on
So
this
it's not
question.
exclusively
So it's not,
voting.
that's a
All
good
right.
point. It is not exclusively a polling place election, but it will include voting at the polling place on the primary election date.
Thanks. With that, I'd like to move we adopt ordinance 12071.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Cunningham? Alrighty. So with that, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12071 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 11.
Adjournment?
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Wednesday, February 21st, 2024, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your week.